Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good
Morning.
morning.
Dr. Ntombi, morning. Where are you?
Hi, how are you? How are
I'm
you?
good, thank you. I'm fine, thank you.
I'm excellent. Thank you so much once again for actually availing yourself to do today's session with us.
No, absolutely, with great pleasure. So I'm saying your petrol tank is still full. That's why I say good morning.
Oh, I didn't even notice the time. I didn't even. Yes, my petrol tank is still full indeed.
Yeah,
Wonderful. And Raisibe,
good.
I never got to see you after your amazing award. I feel as if I still need to come and give you a big hug and say congratulations. It's been so
Oh, thank
amazing.
you. It's for all of us. So let's
Yes,
celebrate. Thank you.
wonderful. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Ms. Raboni, are you ready? Good to go. I'm very excited about this, by the
We
way, Raboni.
are good. We will start promptly on the hour, but thank you for the push. Really appreciate that.
No problem. No problem at all. No problem. Okay,
So
we've got a
Raboni,
few.
old habits don't die. Eh? She's never not pushed. Yeah, no, but good, good.
Yeah, we'll give it a
She's
moment.
developing leaders. She's
We are indeed. We are. Let's get a few more minutes and then we'll let everybody join.
excellent.
Welcome, everyone. I see that the numbers are dropping in. Some are rushing off from their previous call, so we'll give it just an extra minute before we continue. Greetings once more, everyone. I just want to send a special greeting to our partners for joining this Voices of Change session. So our partners, founding partners of the movement is Accenture, Business Engage, NetBank, and for my NetBank colleagues who are joining, we have a little surprise for you, but we'll come back to that. AECI, Anglo, EOH, Kearney, Pfizer, LSEG, and of course, to my fellow Vodacomers who are online, welcome, welcome. So we as Vodacom are quite honored to be given this opportunity to host this month's session of Voices of Change. But more than that, we are honored to have a phenomenal powerhouse as our very own group CFO, Raisibe Morathi. Raisibe?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and really great honor. The honor is mine to have an opportunity to speak to this wonderful audience. Really excited, Roboni, and really looking forward to the next hour.
Awesome, awesome. I am glad that we have your former colleagues from NetBank also joining. They maybe see that we have taken good care of you as Vodacom. But on a more serious note, Raisibe, your profile is quite remarkable. So you have spent almost 20 years in executive positions, 15 years this year as a CFO across two organizations, large organizations that maybe you have sat on various boards and chaired various arcs of both listed and unlisted companies. How did you get here? Did you know from the age of 12 that you would become this woman? Please tell us more about your journey.
Thank you so much. And to all the companies that are sponsors and supporters of this movement, I love you all because I think you're doing the right things. So yes, I'm family Vodacom. And yeah, so I think a very interesting question. So, children dream, and I do think, many of us have those moments of in grade 1 or whatever it was called in my time when they ask you what you want to be. And I'm sure we mentioned all manner of, ridiculous things that you want to be, but the dreams are what keeps us going because, you say what you know at that point in time. And as life progressed, and I got to know a little bit about, what I could be in terms of a career in accounting. I said, I want to be a chartered accountant. I had no idea how to spell it. I had never seen a chartered accountant, except that my teacher told me that, oh, you're so good with accounting, you should consider being a chartered accountant. But because I had so much belief and aspirations about, what this teacher emulates and what they stand for me. And in a way, he was my teacher, but he was also my mentor. And I thought, if he thinks that it is right, it must be right. So let me just follow that route. And that's where I end up now. So a career that I consider myself to be privileged, but in many ways blessed, because honestly, I think there are lots of smart people who can easily do the same thing. And, to be able to have accessed opportunities as they became available. And yeah, I'm really pleased to have been a leader in various organizations and as a CFO for the last 15 years, as you said.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you for sharing that. And it ties well into the topic of today. When we asked Raisibe what she wanted to speak about, she said winding roads in leadership. And I'm curious, and I'm sure that those who are joining us today are also curious. Why this topic?
So it is a topic that I think is so alive to many things that we do in life, being it whether you're talking about, corporate leadership, political leadership, or just, at a personal level, is that when people look at you and consider you to be successful, or when you pronounce success, sometimes we underestimate the tough and the rough and the difficulties that you have gone through. And I think it is worth sharing, because when one is on the platform, it can actually be difficult for someone who's going through tough times at that point in time, because they don't realize that it is only a matter of time they will eventually come out of it. When you look at challenges in leadership or road towards leadership, men and women, there are challenges that are similar, and I would say majority of the challenges are similar. And for that reason, to really be able to go through all of that journey, you would have gone through periods of, some people do not trust you. You'd have gone through periods where you are not heard. Your communication, you feel like this communication is broken. Is it the person saying, or is it the person listening? And you could be a player on both sides. It could be difficulty in really finding a bond and working relationship with those who are around you. We manage upwards, we manage sideways, we manage down. You might have some friction in all of those. You might have personal issues that get in the way for what you want to achieve from a career perspective. So it is a winding road. I do feel that our understanding that there is a winding road is what will inspire us to know that, with every hill that you overcome, there's the next hill that is coming. And that is the saying of Nelson Mandela, that we need to forever be prepared for more and more. But guess what? The good thing is that our minds become sharper and better as we navigate challenges. That, when you go into the next challenges, your mental readiness is in part what will make you to be able to navigate and carry on. And the lessons learned from the previous tough period is what will be a leverage for you to build on, and being it talk to others, seek help, being it, now start thinking about that person who is your mentor, your coach, and be able to say to them, by the way, I just want to bounce off this idea with you, or think about, maybe it is not the right time. Maybe this is a good thing, but it's not the right time. So those are some of the things that will help you in your reflections and decisions around going into the area that you are aspiring to go to. And it will also help you with the decisions around, should I or should I not? Because that also is an answer where you say, sounds great, but this is not the time, or this is not the person. So let that pass, another one will come in. So yeah, I think it is quite exciting. It's never ever not going to be winding road. Unfortunately, it's not a highway. It is going to be a rough patch, but let's do it. That is life.
Yeah, it is actually so inspiring to hear you say that, because I'm sure that there are a lot of women and allies who are on the call thinking, will I ever have accolades of that caliber? I am this and this age, and when I'm looking at the ladder, the career ladder, it doesn't seem like I will get there. But it's encouraging to know that, you know what, even with the dips, there is lessons. Even with the turns, you're still moving forward. So maybe bringing it home, maybe you can share an unexpected turn that your career took, or a major obstacle that you faced in your leadership journey, how you overcame it, the lessons learned, and how it shaped your approach to leadership.
So I'll give you two examples where at some stage in my career, I got a great opportunity in Cape Town, and I thought, you know what, how wonderful will it be to be, by the seaside, and we all know, living in Cape Town is quite different from the buzz and hustle of Johannesburg. And great career and everything, but it separated my family. And I had to come to a decision of saying, I can always have another job, but going to rebuild another family is just a task that is not comparable to a career. So I had to sacrifice a career and come back to Johannesburg. And, with the blessings that I have mentioned, I managed to get into another great opportunity, which is what led to my becoming CFO of Nedbank for the period of about 11 years, since 2009. But quite frankly, it was quite touching and difficult for me to take that decision back in 2009 to say, I love what I'm doing, I love where I am, but if it doesn't work for we, it doesn't work for I. And I had to take that sacrifice. The second thing is, you get on with life and just, on a path that seems like everything is happening. And then I had to deal with mental health issues for people who are very close in terms of, family and proximity, etc. And whilst as a professional, I would have dealt with this many, many times in different contexts. But when it hits home, it's quite different. And it really humbled the way I look at life. It made me to feel how lucky I have been that, I experienced that at the time that I did, not before, not, any other time. And the love that I received from, support from the network of people that I have around me at a professional level allowed me to still be able to carry on. But you actually do not realize how you take things for granted until you are actually in that point of hitting a puncture in your life, and you realize that, listen, I cannot fix this puncture on my own. I need others to help me. And it was quite amazing that I've been able to carry on. Now, these are some of the things that often you don't put in your plan. To be honest, you just think about your life as in like, I will plan for A moving to B to C. And when the speed bumps happen, more often than not, we are underprepared for them. We have not allowed ourselves time. And I mean, simple thing like, your diary is very, very full. So now, to have to explain to the world that I am doing this because I need to attend to this family matter and all of that, it is awkward, it's difficult. And those are some of the things that really make you realize that in life, we always need to have some sense of, something could go wrong. And I know that you don't want to build a lot of pessimism, but you need to have a balance of knowing that things will go right, but some things will go wrong.
Yeah, no, indeed. And a lot of what you said resonates. If it doesn't work for we, then it can't work for I. And you spoke about when we hit these bumps on the roads, it catches us off guard. When we plan our career, we're like, by 25, I'm gonna have this, by 30, married, that house, that, yes, by 40. So we plan all of these things, and we don't plan for the stop signs, we don't plan for the detours. But somehow you keep going through those. What keeps you motivated in those lows and in those bumps? What keeps you still going and succeeding?
So, I mean, as a woman, and I know I'm talking to women about women, is the motivation of being a minority is first the realization that I am a minority. I am a minority because I'm a woman. I am a minority because I'm Black, and I may also be a minority because of other circumstances that I find myself in. So the way I build my resilience for adaptation is such that I know that I have to make an extra mile. So people ask me, you've been working for 30 years, you're a C level, etc. Do you still have to prove yourself? Yes, I still have to prove myself, right? But I now have a bit more confidence, a bit more cadence, and a bit more authority in dealing with having to prove myself, because I am able to call off some of the behaviors if they don't make sense. I am able to use the experience that I've gained over time to be able to deal with some of the things that the younger me could not deal with. But that is why we always encourage that, have a coach, mentor, and I do say that with great emphasis, talk to someone. If you're going through something that is just not making too much sense for you, talk to someone, because they will help you to navigate through all of that. So I was raised by a mom who's a widow. My father died when I was still young. And I am coming from a family of all girls. So we knew that if the light bulb is loose, it is one of us who's going to fix it. We knew, we knew that, everything that needs to be done is done. So there's no period of waiting for boys to do anything. So, and for that reason, I think it just built that natural resilience. But, growing up in a rural area, go to university, really navigate through, the level of privilege. And I mean, we were happy kids and all of that. But you knew that when you go to university, you have one chance. If you blow it, then that's it. Then you come back and you'll have to look for a job in somewhere in government. So I think that level of underprivilege was also shaping in terms of the hunger to be successful, the want to do a number of things. And having said that, for me, being a chartered accountant was like super exciting, but the journey towards being a chartered accountant, I was like, okay, I want to have this, and I am going to have this, and I am going to navigate every way that I can. I got my degree when none of the Black universities could do the additional qualifications that will get you to be able to be a CA. So basically, my future was destined to saying your limits, the ceiling was like quite low, but I was prepared to go over the ceiling. But every time when you reach that ceiling, you realize that no, but this ceiling can be a bit higher and a bit higher. So yeah, I mean, we just keep going. And I constantly challenge myself at a personal level and at a professional level to keep on being and putting myself in a place where I can surprise myself, I can try harder, and listen, you know what, if you're not successful, so be it, you've learned something. And I think that spirit is just what has created a bit more motivation to keep going.
As you speak, I feel like I am glad this session is recorded, because on those moments when I feel like, how do I continue? All I need to do is replay, and I'll gain back that determination and that perseverance and that will to push. You've mentioned a lot about mentorship, a lot about you can't carry the bunch or the load on your own. Talk to someone. Can you please dive deeper into the role of mentorship, maybe from your own experience, but also the advice you give on people on the call? How do we even go about it?
So I think the confidence I found to be one of the big factors around, allowing us to move beyond that point of being stuck. The confidence to tell someone that I don't know, the confidence of being able to make myself vulnerable, to do something that I may fail. And in part, I think, there's also cultural issues that, in some ways, it's not all cultures that have allowed women to kind of just, be out there and try out things and climb the tree, fall, doesn't matter, let's, carry on like that. So, and I found there are lots of people who are keen and willing to have a conversation, to help with something. But it took a long time for me to realize that what has been the delay is for me to reach that person and make myself vulnerable. It is not so much about what that person is even going to say, because in some cases, all you need is just someone to listen to you, right? Or, you have a conversation that you're just thinking about something in a very kind of narrow way, and in talking to somebody else, they show you the perspective that you may not have considered. And that someone can be the person who's sitting right next to you in the office. It could be someone that you meet at whatever social, to an extent that you are able to establish some level of rapport. But more importantly, I think where we as women have to continue to play a part is that what breaks the confidence is to see someone that I can assimilate with. If I see Riboni and I say, she's a woman like me, I almost gain a little bit of comfort of saying that more likely she will understand my problem. It doesn't mean that, you know, somebody else will not understand my problem, but it's just my level of assimilation. And that is why it is very important that no matter how hard it is as women leaders, what we represent is not our own journeys of building the legacy, but it is also what we represent of society, is what others see in us. And we do want more and more people to see in us that which inspires them. Some of them do not need to talk to you, but they just need to look at you on this platform and say, if she can, I can. And that's what the mentorship doesn't necessarily apply because I've spoken to someone. I read a lot of biographies, and I find it almost always humbling to say, wow, did this guy go through this? Does this guy have to work so hard? Does this guy, or men and women, did they endure so many challenges for them to get to where they are? But many of the challenges, when I read about them, I see me in them. You know, it's about, excuse me, it's about, you know, an opportunity that you misused. It's about an opportunity that you misunderstood. It's about, you know, the change that you were underprepared for and underinvested to deal with that change. It's about the loneliness of not having other leaders around you that you can share with and walk the journey with them. It is about communication. And I think communication, for the most part, it is the biggest part of what stands in the way. And when I say communication, it's not just words, but, you know, sometimes you want to reach someone, but your demeanor of reaching them just doesn't get you guys to connect, you know. So there's a lot that we need to learn. But if you look at leadership, there's lots and lots and lots of work that is being done across different teams these days around team cohesion, around improving, you know, team effectiveness. And underlying that, it talks about communication, and it talks about reinventing the culture of doing things. And many of those, we live with them all the time, you know, in our daily lives. So therefore, there's nothing really new. But for us as women, and because you are a minority, you walk into an environment where it is a majority men, or you have some of us as women who have decided to be another type of a male. And for that reason, to break that cultural barrier becomes your job. Don't expect to walk in and expect that, no, I've been promoted and therefore the barriers have changed. See yourself as that agent of change. And how you see yourself as agent of change, the fact that you're in the room, believe me, the language and the conversations have already started changing. But the topics that you bring in the room should also be different. We should be challenging the status quo or contributing to a different agenda. Today, a lot of corporates and, you know, all our companies that are sponsors and supporters of this Voices of Change are doing that because the agenda has already changed. They are talking about women. They are talking about including women as board members, as employees, as leaders in the business, etc. But are we sure that in the market segments, you are bringing your voice around women? Are you sure that in your contribution, you are talking about the products that will be applicable and allowed for women? Are we sure that as women, we bring in that voice that says, guys, sanitary pads must be in our bathrooms, not some of the other things that we find in our bathrooms? Are we sure that we are bringing that flavor that says that the landscape has changed or is changing?
I mean, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And when you speak about organizations that are already at the forefront and doing this, at the excitement of getting going, I forgot to tell you more about the Voices of Change. Voices of Change is a movement that works to activate awareness, share learnings, and identify interventions to support and achieve gender equality. And all partners are committing to using the vast networks and experience to impact the lives of individuals within workplaces and beyond. So just a little bit more about Voices of Change. And I saw that in our chat space, there's comments that are coming up. Please do put in your questions, any questions that you have during the sessions, type them in the comment sections. We will allow time towards the end for Q&A. Now, you've already started giving us practical tips around how we can make sure that we're making a difference. Often we want to wait until we are the ones who set policies within our organizations before we make a difference. But you've made it clear, at least to me, that I must see myself as a change agent. So I will be definitely doing that. But what do you believe? Can you talk about some of the significant barriers that are there? What do you believe are the most significant barriers to achieving gender equality in corporate leadership, and how can they be addressed from a structural perspective?
So the first part is just bias. I do believe that in today's language, it is probably more unconscious bias than conscious one. I think, the fact that on this platform we have men who are participants, regular participants in this platform, is really an encouraging component, and it does reflect that the he for she language is beginning to be entrenched. I think it is equally important for our male counterparts to make sure that the future for their daughters and their sisters is very different from the life and experiences of their wives and their mothers. So for that, I think that is one of the things that unconsciously people still would do things, do a team building that really doesn't make you as a woman comfortable. That is an unconscious bias, because that person they want to have fun. They honestly think that, we're all going to, enjoying this whatever thing. But yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense until you alert them to say, but no, we can't do that. Or let's rather have options. It's only then that, oh, okay, so maybe let's do something different. I think the elevation of women for being available for promotions is quite critical. So at Vodacom, we have a program that we are running, where we get women from other organizations as well to be part of our kind of a leadership academy for a period of a few weeks, and really just get exposure to them. And some of them end up working for us, and honestly, they do excellently. But the idea is we just want to have visibility to those women. Secondly, within our Vodacom Women's Network, we have a program that we call Amplify the Voice of Women. And that is excellent because, your very ordinary stories are extraordinary for other people. Just talking about, how you grew up and how you got to where you are. Or in some cases, people talk about their hobbies, which are like incredibly surprising. Like, you look at this person and say, you have a hobby for what? And those are some of the things that just make you to be aware of people. Now, remember that, awareness of who is who, Mary and Jane and so on, is not about necessarily the, things that they bring to the boardroom. It's about the fact that they are there, they exist. It is about, having Reboni running this platform, interviewing her boss, that you realize, oh, okay, so there we go, she's there. and that amplification of people's voices is to make them to be visible, because when the opportunities come, you are able to put them forward, and you don't have the unconscious bias of saying, I don't know who Mary is, I don't know who Jane is, and therefore, I have reservations about allowing them to do what you are suggesting that they should do. I think that the bias is what makes some of the people, men and women, put us in a bracket of saying we can't do things which are difficult, we can't do jobs which are risky, we can't lead difficult teams. But what they don't realize is in fact, in our very emotive way, where we tend to be a lot better in terms of communication, in terms of engagement, that the transformational journeys tend to be a lot more successful led by women. So for that reason, those kind of things are about bias, about giving opportunity, are what we need to focus on to really continue this journey. I must say, the time is now. It may not seem like we are getting enough traction, but it is definitely, every day is better than yesterday, because the women agenda is now a global thing. And I do not see us going backward. What I am, however, impatient about is the fact that when you look at, the university class, the graduation class of, it doesn't matter what technical field, the number of women who are in that class do not make it to the leadership level. So it starts thinning up as you go up the ladder, and that is what we need to fix. But in terms of the pull from where we feed, we now need to focus on the how we keep women motivated. We also recognize that for many organizations, the turnover of women is higher than that of men. Then we need to fix the culture. We need to fix, those difficult conversations that make women to feel underappreciated and not given opportunities for growth. I mean, very often, people leave organizations because they get a promotion somewhere else. Why are we not giving them a promotion internally? But in part, because when that difficult project came, there wasn't another woman or there wasn't another man to speak for these women, to give them that opportunity so that they can be visible, and then align them for the next promotion. And it is hard work for all of us to do.
Indeed, indeed. And my prayers always, may I be mentioned in boardrooms where I am not present, because you do need someone who's already ahead of you to place their bet on you. So well said. And when you spoke about today being better than yesterday, when I first joined, yes, I never introduced myself. I'm Ribone Shaku. Raisibe Morathi is my boss. I get the privilege of working with her on a day-to-day basis as her business manager. But when I joined, when Raisibe joined Vodacom, I was like, oh my goodness. I was actually really excited. I was like, I'm gonna have a Raisibe as a chief financial officer, because for me, being Bedi and Raisibe has always been the names of maybe my moms and my grandmothers, and really seeing that association with excellence within corporate made me believe that, hi, there's room, there's a space. So it is indeed better. At least we have people to look up to that are already there. So in your journey, you have seen a lot of women that you've nurtured or have been part of their journey from when they were young managers to when they started getting executive roles, or those that ended up choosing other ways. What mistakes would you advise women to avoid in their leadership journey?
Yeah, so Bonnie, just starting from your reflections, for me, it's just as exciting that the current global CEO of Vodafone is a woman, Margarita Dalle Valle. She was the CFO, so she was my dotted line boss when I joined. Enjoyed working with her, and today she's the CEO in the group, and a whole lot of other women that I work with, Muriel, who are on the Vodacom Exco with. So really an exciting environment to see that there is a lot of us in that environment. So back to your question, in terms of the women who are that I have mentored and all of that, and I mean I have mentored men, women, and honestly, the common theme is we need someone to believe in us. I find often we take a lot of trouble in making sure that the job itself is done, which is fine, and I've done that myself, making sure that I am the perfect of the perfect in terms of getting the job done. But what we don't pay attention to is the relationships that you build when you walk into that boardroom, and people are sitting around. You need to understand who is who in terms of the influence, the decision making, and so on, and how you approach the subject. There are organizations that you need to be very quick in terms of this is the problem, this is the solution, and that's it. And then there are organizations where when you walk into the boardroom, you need to lay out the problem, pause, and then only then do we almost co-create the solution, and then later on then say, okay, but this is the solution that I'm thinking about. So do your homework in understanding what the dynamics of the place where you work, how they work. It is not uniform. And what is going to make you succeed in your organization is not the IQ, because your IQ has been tested by the university. You are here because you can do it. But it is the EQ, it is the ability to work within the system. And there is a concept of unwritten ground rules. So there are things that, this is just how things are done here, rightly or wrongly. Now, you can change them, but first understand them. What are these unwritten ground rules about this place? Is an unwritten ground rule that of if I have a project that I want to take to whatever committee for approval, I need to first go and speak to so-and-so so that I can explain to them before it goes to the committee? Or is the unwritten ground rule that of saying I need to have, this submitted 3 times, socialize, and then socialize some more, and then get an approval? So it is those nuances. Now, in part, you can call them culture, but culture is people, is how people do things. And sometimes cultures are shaped by leaders, where a particular leader wants to do things in a certain way, and kind of the organization follows. But one day that person is not there, and then things are reshaped according to who's the new leader. But that doesn't take away power from you. You have the power in your own space to build the influence and to be able to change things that you believe need to be changed. And your agenda, amongst other things, is to make sure that the biases, the things that have not been dealt with before, are white spaces that you take care of, and you go and say, I hear you, we have done this. And you can even provide the proof points to say, we have done this in the following way, and the outcome has not changed anything. So now let's try a different way. So you have to make sure that as a leader, when you look at the journey that you are undertaking, you need to say to yourself, in the first 100 days, I am in a period of discovery. I'm trying to figure out, how things are done, etc. And for the next 6 months, I need to identify things that I am going to really champion. What are the white spaces? What are the transformational things that I need to focus on? And now I am in for 9 months. Now I start the real work. Now I do all those things that I set myself out to do, because the 100 days of discovery helped me to do a more precise business plan about what I want to achieve. And then from there, I'm hard at it. Because if for whatever reason, after 4 years, somebody were to interview me, I need to be able to demonstrate what I did in the time that I was in this seat. Because by that time, there's no more excuse to blame whoever I found. And by the way, there's never any excuse to blame anyone. You are brought in as a leader so that you can carry on the journey, not to walk backward. So you must just know that you have to look at the past in the terms of context of where you want to go, because there are instances where you want to carry on the same path, but you just want it to be faster, wider, better, deeper. But there are cases where you have to change the path. So in the discovery phase, you are doing all of that. And I can also say, even if you're promoted in the same organization, allow yourself 100 days. It may be slightly shorter. It might be that, you spend 60 days as opposed to 100 days, but don't rush into something that you have not done enough of a discovery. Do enough discovery so that you can then set the path. In 4 years, we are now begging the successes of what you have built. And that now becomes a very strong positioning for you to keep on building on the profile, because now in the organization, you can open more doors, because people who did not know you, who had an unconscious bias about, she's just arrived, what does she know, and so on. You can be able to demonstrate, this is what I have achieved, and then trust me, I can be able to deal with this next challenge. And sell yourself. Go to the person that you find most inspiring and say, well, I want to work for you. I want to work with you. I want to partner in that project that you're doing. Put me as a fly on the wall as you're doing whatever project, because I'm interested in what you guys are doing. And you will be surprised how many people will positively respond to that. I'm sure, some people will be kind of first in doubt, etc. I want references about you, but you have now built enough profile to be able to sell yourself.
Thank you. And I could end up holding this mic and just being like asking more questions, but there are keen members in our audience who would like to ask a few questions. I will call on them to ask the question themselves. If I get no response, I will read the questions out loud. When you do ask your question, I will ask that you also show your face so that we can recognize you in future discussions. So Mabo had a question. Mabo, are you on?
Yes, I am on, and my camera is on. So I'm following all of the instructions, Ravone. Hi,
Perfect.
Raisibe, how are you?
Hi, good, thanks, and you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to spend this time with all of us. I'm learning so much just from this talk. Two questions that I have, and I'm really curious about. First is, I mean, in some ways, many would say you've reached, the peak of the mountain, right? You're CFO at Vodacom. I'm really curious about, when you think about the rest of your career, what do you look forward to? What are some of the opportunities? What are some of the things that you still want to do? Is the first question. And then the second question is, when you look back, if, of course, you're open to share any regrets, any, as you were saying, change you didn't adapt to quickly enough, opportunities perhaps that, passed you by. So any regrets, and if you can share also what you learned from those moments. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mabo, and nice to see you. So what do I need to do next? I want to build more leaders. I am tired of the conversation around first female CFO of Vodacom, or first this, first that. I have resonated very strongly with Kamala Harris's words when she became vice president in the US, and she said, her mom said to her, congratulations, first Black female vice president of the US, just make sure that you're not the last. And for me, that is very important, that first is not to be celebrated. When you say first, we must all cry and say, sure, good luck. Like, you have a lot of work to do, because by the time you climb off that mountain, which you will, there must be we, can't be I. So what are the challenges that, or the regrets? I think life is full of lessons, and, things that one learn. In some cases, you kind of feel like, did I make a mistake? Did I do this? Did I do that? But really, if you just turn them into lessons, it creates a conversation for what to share on a platform like this or conversation to share with the younger you that you see in those that you are mentoring. It creates a history that we do not have. So when I read biographies, I read across, across the universe. I don't really necessarily care so much that it's a man, woman, etc. But the truth is there are more men than women. So you want to create enough history that will create an avenue for others to be able to grow and be successful. The kind of things that we think we struggle with, I am yet to discover a brand new problem. I've not seen a brand new problem. All of us, the problems that we have, they might just be packaged differently in different people, but they all exist somewhere. And that is really what is fascinating. But Mabo, I think the one big hard lesson is that it is hard. It is never not going to be hard. And why is that so? Because as leaders, we deal with the delta. So small organization, you have it around your arms. It is a small problem. You deal with it. It's still hard. And as you grow and you scale, you get other people to deal with things that are not hard, so that you free yourself to do hard. And then it keeps going. As you aspire to go higher and higher the altitude, it is hard. But you need to have that mental fitness, and you need, just like you go to the gym and get your body ready,
It's those
the
void
mental
of it's what
fitness.
isn't
The mental,
I think we attend just to show that we're collaborators.
Sorry, can we please
and-
be on mute? Thank you.
so that mental fitness of dealing with hard is how you equip your mind such that, yes, you need to have the work-life balance. You need to go to the gym or go and do other things. I go and walk the mountains. I used to run, can't run anymore, but I go hiking, or I go and sit somewhere and read a book, because you need to switch off and not think about Vodacom. Love Vodacom to bits, but I want to not think about Vodacom all the time, so that I can refresh, re-energize, and be able to deal with hard. You need to have diversity of groups of people that you meet. So, my childhood friends, I still have friends that I have been friends with for 40 years. But as you continue with a career, find yourself in a dinner table where you are sitting next to a CEO or a CFO of another organization, so that the topics that you get into are different. So, because talking about the same thing with the same people is not expanding your horizons in terms of thinking. In my old age, I decided to go and study masters in philosophy a few years ago. And I thought I am crazy. Okay. Initially, when I went, I didn't think I was crazy, but day one of the course, I thought, like, how stupid, like, honestly. But it is those things that really continue to expand your horizon, but you cannot believe how much of a refresh you get by changing the landscape from time to time and doing different things. And it just elevates you and pushes you to be a better version of yourself for the hard that you need to deal with.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Mabo, and thanks, Raisibe. We have quite a number of keen people. So we have 4 questions so far in the comment sections. I'm going to take 2 at a time. Olivia, you had a question if you're on, and after Olivia, I'll ask, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right. It's Polo or Polo. So please come on camera and ask your question.
Right. Thank you, Rebone. Good afternoon, everyone. Hola. Am I going fast, Rebone?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for this session. I think these are very necessary conversations. The inspiration is quite tangible. So, Raisibe, you should have a value system. So I'm interested in that, in terms of how does that influence, what success looks like in your role, in your current role now as a CFO.
Great, thanks. A very good question. One of the things that tend to catch us women is not being authentic. And my value system is to be authentic. I love having people around me. I love being inclusive. I do think a lot about the next person, and for me, the leadership is an inclusive leadership. So I never really want to be in that space where it is, oh, I have done this, I have done this, I have done. I do like the we in my leadership, and I think staying authentic for who you are, you will progress better. And if somebody likes the alpha you that is different from who you are, don't worry about them. You just need to stay authentic. I find that for the role of a CFO, there are many things that you have to call out, certain things you have to say no, but I am very comfortable to say no still with a smile. Whereas one would expect me to be perhaps a lot harsher in saying no. Which part of no did you not get? No, you can still get it with a smile. Great. Let's go to the next question.
Awesome. It is Paulo. If you're not camera ready, we'd still love to hear your voice.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Lehakwe, and I'm from Accenture. I want to know rather that was it always your plan to be CFO? Besides hard work, what did you do differently to become CFO? Did you communicate it? Did you tell any of your leadership, your mentors, that this is what you wanted to become?
So what I wanted to become was a leader. And I did not know enough about many different types of leadership. But, the dream of, okay, qualification-wise, okay, that's fine. Then I wanted to be a banker, and I went to spend a fair amount of my career in banking. And then I started my family, have 2 beautiful children, and in running the family. So at that time, I was more in the front line, investment banking and more the advisory side and so on. But then I needed to change my career to a position where I am able to manage my time a little differently, such that the work-life balance aspect is dealt with. Because I was traveling a lot. I was I sent my son to nursery school when he was 6 years old, and until today he still cannot speak the home language properly, which is quite upsetting for all of us. So and I wanted to spend more time with them. And as a CFO of a listed company, whilst you're busy, you travel to roadshows, etc. But the periods of being away are more easy to plan and determinable. So, and for that reason, that's when I took a different turn. But to my surprise, which I really appreciated, was the build up for what I did before gave me very huge credit towards the role that I ended up with. So whereas other people in the CFO role, they will start with the being a financial manager and so on. I didn't start in the financial department. So I'm a CFO, and I still haven't navigated through the general ledger, but I know what the general ledger does. So yeah, I think all our journeys are different. But one thing is that no experience ever goes to waste. You'll find that no matter where you end up, that knowledge base that you built is still quite helpful for where you end up.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Lehakwe. Martin's had a question. I believe we have an ally in the room. Martins. While Martins is doing a mic check 1 2 1, I'm gonna ask Judy had her hand up. I'm assuming you want to ask your question that way.
Hi, Raisibe. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Raisibe, a little bit of a personal question, maybe.
two questions actually. What are your hobbies? What feeds your soul when you're not being a CA? Because often as women we have that creative streak that that we don't always get to flex in the workplace. And the other thing is, as you grow up, as you grow higher in your career as an executive and stuff, you spend more and more time away from home. And even when you're at home, you're at dinners and stuff like that. How does it work with your relationship? Because I found that in my career and how important it is, the support of a partner and that alignment of your partner to your career, because it can cause other stresses, right?
No, clear, very clear. In terms of hobbies, love reading. I am not a TV person. I am happy next to a book than watching TV. And I read a lot of things. Every holiday, beginning of holiday, I need to find another book. I have a lot of books that I've bought that I still want to read, but I still buy a lot of books. And it's fortunately a kind of a family thing that we all love reading, so which makes it a lot easy. I love outdoor. I find outdoor to be the most rewarding way of breaking off from the stress. Taking a walk out there, or hiking, or just going on a game reserve, that kind of a holiday. Absolutely love that. I will do game reserve anytime. More tempting for me than going to the beach, but of course a variety of different type of outdoor places. But yeah, I mean, times when the weather allows, just go out with family and have a picnic. That is also quite refreshing. I find more comfort around people, so I'm not kind of a lone ranger. So whatever I do, more likely I am with someone from the family or a friend, and so on. In terms of support, yes, the support from my husband has been excellent. And I had children that I would consider a blessing, that, when they were young, they could carry on with school without, a whole lot of additional things like therapies, etc., that would have required me. But I needed to get the appropriate support system in terms of, the help at home, homework support, and at some stage it was also, someone who can give them a lift. But they grew up, and it has really been amazing. So I do think that as a professional, we should consider ourselves fortunate that you can invest in some level of support. But of course, it all depends on your personal circumstances. So, but paying that extra for somebody to come and help kids with their homework or help with their hobby where they learn piano, that's excellent. And I have been able to do all of those.
Thank you.
Speaking about earlier, you mentioned, thanks, Judy, you mentioned dinner tables. And I think this is the most exciting dinner table that I've had, except I can't taste the food. So next time we're having this over dinner. To close us off, we are almost at the hour. I'm gonna take one last question from Makopi. I know that there's more of us who would have loved to ask questions. Makopi, if you're on. Martins hasn't come back. Is Martins back? Oh, okay. Let's take Martins first. And then before you answer to Martins, I'm going to take Makopi, and then you can answer to both. Welcome back, Martins.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity, Raboni, and also for organizing this. And to Raisibe, very inspirational. And also, I've learned quite a lot. My question is, having reached the pinnacle of your career, so to speak, what does success look like for you? And I think a bit of that you've touched on when Olivia asked the same question, but if you could just expand on having reached the pinnacle of your career, what does success look like or mean for you? And on a lighter note, I'd like to also find out how you always remain calm, even though I know you juggle with so much. But how do you remain calm? And as you say, give a smile even when you're saying no. Thank you.
Okay, so you want to take Poppy?
Yes, we'd like to take Makopi's question as well so that we can tackle them together.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Raisibe, for the insightful talk and discussion. And thank you as well, Reboni. You've been an excellent moderator for the discussion. I guess, Raisibe, I was actually very glad to hear that you are a bit at ease about the first Black label, and that you recognize that the real task is to create more of the first Blacks to come after you. And it actually reminds me of one of my favorite sayings from Toni Morrison, who said that when we get the jobs that we have been brilliantly trained for, we have to remember that the real task or the real job is that if we are free, we need to free someone else. And if we have power, we need to empower someone else. And so my question is, who freed you? Who empowered you? When you look back on your career, who has been that one person, mentor, sponsor, who you believe made or had a very profound impact on your career?
Great, thanks, both to yourself and to Martins. So the first part from Martin's question, what do I want to achieve is the harmony. We talk about work-life balance, and I have learned from one of the books that I read, Jeff Bezos talking about work-life harmony and saying the fact that you have your day-to-day tasks in the office and then you have your personal life, as long as they don't clash, you should be fine. There's no such thing as a balance, according to him. And because in one day you are required more in the office than at home, and one day you are required more at home. So for me, being able to be a mother, be a wife, be a makoti, or a daughter-in-law, and be a professional is the harmony that I find to be a privilege and a blessing to have in my life. And that's what I want to achieve. I want to continue that journey of being able to deal with all of this at different times, and to give each one of them a fair chance of my attention. In terms of keeping the smile, I do think it is that authenticity that I was talking about, that if I grew up, I hope I grew up as a smiling kid, but I have never known myself any differently. And I did not believe that a career or a profession should change who I am. And for that reason, even in tough times, I do find in a very difficult situation, something that can get one to giggle about. And it really just eases off the pressure. And you're like, okay, so now, let's look at this. What could be the brighter side of this? And therefore, able to carry on. Excuse me, in terms of the question from Makopi, the issues to do with being a leader, and there's a lot of literature about leaders and how they shape other leaders behind them. And I am very proud of many people that I work with. I am proud of many teams that I inherited, that I found what is good in the team before you start worrying about, no, but this guy must go, etc. But what is good about that person, and how do you really assist them and allow them to be the best of who they want to be? I take a lot of pride in working with people who are smarter than me, and definitely there is no shortage of people who are smarter than me. And I do believe that teamwork actually breeds success for more people than for one. And I think as women, we also have a bit more of a societal, communal kind of thing. So, and I'm definitely counting myself amongst those. So it is not too difficult for me to find the we. And I really do not hesitate in saying, in the word team, T-E-A-M, there is no I. So therefore, if you really want to be a team, you cannot be I.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you so much, Raisibe. Thank you. What a wholesome discussion. And thank you so much to all the 300 of you who have taken this time out to bond, but also invest in your personal journeys. In the spirit of giving people their flowers, I don't know if Ntombi is still on the call. I just wanted to shout out to Ntombi for paying it forward. I had when this opportunity for Raisibe to be a speaker at this session came, I was like, I know the perfect anchor. Ntombi is going to MC for us. And she challenged me to take on this opportunity. So I really thank you for that. And that is it from us.
Thank you, Raboni. You did a great job. Thank you very much for taking on my challenge. And thank you, Raisibe, for joining us today. Fantastic
Thanks.
session. Thank you.
Thanks both of you and to our audience. Really lovely. It was an amazing hour. I have flu, but I think I've healed now. I've recovered.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.